Good morning. It's often hard to hear yourself on this. Can everyone hear me? No. Okay, it's on. I'll just have to hold it a little closer. Good morning once again. Welcome to Duke University. Your first time on campus as an official member of the class of 2024. So we are just so delighted to see you. My name is Kathy Phillips. Oh yes, clap for yourself. My name is Kathy Phillips. I'm an Associate Dean of Undergrad Admissions, and it's my pleasure to welcome you here on behalf of Dean Christoph Gutentag, who had another commitment and really regrets not being able to see so many excited, wonderful students and families here this morning. We're delighted that you can join us for this special preview of what's to come in your next 4 years at Duke and well beyond that. We also appreciate your understanding that this is a campus with a lot going on at any given time, and so we couldn't use all of our biggest spaces, and we do apologize for those other family members who are waiting in the wings for the rest of the day. As we finish this morning in this welcome session, Cole, who's hosting and sort of coordinating our program, will let you know about some of the events that would be more open to everyone. So as I look at this crowd this morning, and those of you in Reynolds, you here represent almost a third of the freshman class of 2024. So we have a wonderful start to the next season or the next decade on Duke's campus. We have in the guests today 37 states represented. We have somebody from Washington, D.C., we have somebody from Canada, we have somebody from Germany. So we do have students coming to us from all over the country and the world. As you look around this room, as you look around Reynolds, as you are on campus today, you may have a future roommate that you bump into. You may make a best friend for life. You may meet a future business partner or a future life partner. Your new life is beginning now. And being part of the Duke family begins now, and these connections are really precious. We first want to congratulate you on being here and on your admission. Obviously, you had to make a lot of really good choices to be here, including picking Duke. I'm going to do a little bit of a riff on something the dean likes to do in our April Blue Devil days for our regular decision admits, and tell you that even though it's wintertime, our high today in Durham is going to be 50 degrees and sunny, so not bad for a January day for us Northeasterners originally. And just for the record, it is currently 6 degrees in Chicago. In Ithaca, New York, there's snow. They do expect a high of 34. In Cambridge, Massachusetts today, it's an unseasonable high of 40 degrees. And okay, Palo Alto is going to be 56 degrees, but it's going to be cloudy all day there. So be glad you're here in Durham. We certainly are. So you certainly put a lot of hard work into getting here, and no one accomplishes this alone. So students, turn to your parents and say thank you. And parents, you don't have to say you're welcome or nice job, because you can say, don't worry, the car will last another 4 years, or we really didn't want to take any vacations anyway. Seriously though, this is a note to parents. You are also part of the Duke community, and you will be for life as well. We hope some of you have discovered the Family and Parents Facebook page. It's a place to get a lot of questions answered, and I see a lot of them asked there. Also, students, be glad you applied early. There are 887 of you out of 4,300 applications versus the 35,000 that we're currently reviewing for regular decision. But we saw in your applications something that says this person belongs at Duke. We asked ourselves 4 questions as we looked at your accomplishments. How do you respond to opportunities? How do you respond to challenges? How would you benefit from being here? What do you have to offer to the Duke community? And you may not know what it was, but something about your application really made you stand out and told us that we want you at Duke. This is a special place, and while we believe it's the right place for you to come to learn and grow and become part of the community for life, we want you to find that on your own today as well. So I'm going to stop speaking and turn you over to somebody who's going to be much more important to you now that you are officially part of Duke, and that is Vincent Price, the 10th president of Duke University. President Price is also Walter Hines Page Professor of Public Policy and Political Science in the Sanford School of Public Policy and Trinity College of Arts and Sciences. Since coming to Duke in 2017, President Price has developed a strategic framework focused on 5 core principles: empowering people, transforming education, building community, forging partnerships, and engaging a global network. Prior to coming to Duke, President Price served as provost at the University of Pennsylvania. He's a leading expert on public opinion, social influence, and political communication. His work has been cited widely on such topics as the impact of political polls, the effects of TV news coverage, and the factors that shape public opinion. None of those matter in an election year, do they? So we are delighted to have President Price here to welcome you today. So please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning. As the president of Duke University, I am so excited to welcome you to our campus and to congratulate the newest members of our Duke community, the fabulous class of 2024. Now, you fell in love with Duke months ago, for some of you perhaps years ago, and you thought that this might just be the place for you. And amidst what is shaping up to be one of the most competitive applicant pools in our university's history, Duke reviewed your applications, and we emphatically agree. So to our admission staff here today, let me say congratulations on your excellent judgment. To all the parents and family members here with us, both in this room and elsewhere, let me say thank you for your support of these incredible students over the years and for preparing them to enjoy and make the most of this Duke experience. And most importantly, to the distinguished members of the class of 2024, I am absolutely delighted to echo your teachers, your family, and your friends in saying congratulations on your acceptance. Now, you've certainly earned this opportunity. You're here today by virtue of your hard work over the past few years, and we know from your college essays, recommendation letters, and the like that each of you does bring something new, something distinct, something truly wonderful to this campus. And we can't wait for you to join our academic community and begin your lifelong career as Blue Devils. The preparations have already begun for your arrival. Faculty members across the campus are working on innovative new ways to engage you in research and learning from the very moment you step foot on this campus. Our athletics teams are already preparing for next fall. Our drama and music programs are planning your opening season. And your fellow students will begin organizing in the coming weeks to guide you through the process of arriving and getting started. Now, that process of moving here to Durham, of starting a new life at Duke, can sometimes feel a bit bewildering. And I know this experience firsthand, as I am only in my 3rd year at Duke. I'm a junior. But I quickly learned upon my arrival here that this Duke community is extraordinarily welcoming. Its members are excited to meet you, to engage with you, to help you find your way through this university and enjoy the vibrant life that you will find in every corner of our campus. And through all of that, you will be challenged and supported by the students who are sitting with you here today. They will become not only your classmates, but your dorm mates, your teammates, and your lifelong friends. Now, as a parent and an educator, I can't resist ending with a little advice. This semester, while I would not advise you to take your foot off the accelerator, please do find some time to relax and reflect on the closing months of high school. Focus on enjoying your time at home and try not to drive your parents crazy. And parents, try not to drive them crazy. Above all, remember that you're about to begin this exciting new chapter of your life and joining a worldwide family of Blue Devils. We cannot wait to have you here. Congratulations and welcome to Duke University.
All righty, good morning, everyone. You're still awake, that's wonderful. It's early in the morning, I know, but hello, my name is Cole Wicker. I'm an admissions officer here at Duke, and I'm up here to talk logistics with you, to go over the schedule for the day. But before I do that, I really want to take a moment to welcome you, not just as members of the class of 2024, not just me as an admissions officer, but as a fellow Blue Devil. I graduated with the class of 2018, and so it makes me really just happy. That's the best word to say it. To see you all here today, to join the Duke family, because it's just such a great place to be. So I'm going to give you another round of applause because that's pretty spectacular. So, down to business, down to logistics. First things first, say hi to your admissions officer today. They were thrilled to advocate for you to be here today. So find your admissions officer. If you're not sure who it is, head to our website, look it up online, ask an admissions officer for help. They would love to say hello, put a face to the name, and shake your hand today. 2, everyone take out your schedule, parents and students included. And if you're in Reynolds, please do the same. I can't hear you, but I assume you're doing it. And when you have it out, open it up. We're going to start on the left hand of the page talking about the student schedule for the day, okay? So everyone will notice that the next session starts at 10:45, goes to 11:30, and this is the advising presentations or fairs, depending on which college you are in. And I hope every student here knows which college they applied to and they were admitted to. And so I'm going to leave it up to you to figure out which one you should go to. But if you are in the Trinity College of Arts and Sciences, the panel and presentation will happen in Griffith Theater and will be live streamed to Reynolds Theater. So if you are currently in Reynolds, you are welcome to stay there. If you'd like to head down here when space opens up, you are welcome to do that as well. That will start at 10:45. We'll likely end up here at about 10:20, so please feel free to take a break, grab some water, use the restroom, and then hang out until the presentation starts. If you're in the Pratt School of Engineering, we will have admissions ambassadors stationed between the Bryan Center, where we all currently are right now, and the engineering school to guide you through to make sure you arrive to the fair in one big piece, okay? After the advising presentations are over, students, you will head to lunch on East Campus. Quick show of hands, anybody here been to East Campus before? Wow, most of you, that's awesome. East Campus is a wonderful place, love it. You're gonna love Marketplace Brunch over there. And so during this lunch hours, you have an assigned lunch time and an assigned tour time, okay? They both will happen at Marketplace. We will have staff members on site to help you. If you are wondering what your assigned lunch and tour time is, I encourage you to pick your name tag up, look at the holder, everybody do it. Look on the back side, and there should be a brightly colored pink or green sticker. If there is not, just see us at the welcome desk. We have some extras. All right, and after lunch, we will head back to West Campus. We'll head back to the Griffith and Reynolds Theaters, where we are currently, to end up with the enrolling student panel and closing remarks. All right, that is for students. And for parents, your schedule is going to be a little bit different. Everyone will still have the opportunity to attend the advising and curriculum sessions happening here in Reynolds and in Griffith just after this opening session. And then you have to say goodbye to your student. You have to go on and do your own thing this morning. And that will include an optional insurance presentation that will happen in Reynolds Theater. If you're in Reynolds, which is upstairs right now, hello, you're in the right place. Everyone right here seeing me live, it'll be one floor above us. Okay, that is an optional insurance presentation. You do not have to attend, but if you are thinking about enrolling in the Duke Student Insurance Plan, it's a wonderful presentation to see. Lunch is on your own at the Broadhead Center. Ask any admissions officer. We likely have a preference or a recommendation of which place is our favorite, but explore it. There are 14 different restaurants you can choose to eat from, so you really can't go wrong. And then we'll have 2, again, optional presentations on first-year housing and a presentation from our Dean of Students, Dean Sue, on supporting your Duke student, both here today and from afar. And then we'll come back for the closing session. And now for those of you that are listening with wristbands or reporting back to your partners or additional guests that are here without wristbands, the opening and closing sessions today are at capacity. Believe it or not, we have 1,100 students and just 1 additional guest on campus. So including additional family members, we are welcoming a lot of folks in today. And so the opening and closing sessions are at capacity, but those sessions in between, the advising and curriculum presentations and the optional sessions, will be open to additional guests. And so I know it's not what some of you want to hear, but that's it's what we have to do. And so I appreciate all of your kind of support and willingness to go with us as we welcome so many folks to campus on this holiday weekend. A couple quick remarks. We do have some optional sessions today. After the official program ends at 3 o'clock, they are an ROTC open house on East Campus, as well as the Martin Luther King Jr. Day service in the chapel. Both are open to anybody that wishes to attend, and I encourage you to explore both of those if you're interested. All right, so the last thing that I want to do before I send Pratt off on their way is once again congratulate everyone here. Welcome to the class of 2024. Thank you. And for the sake of making our lives a little bit easier, is if you are in the Pratt School of Engineering, I'm going to ask that you go ahead and stand up and head out, get on your way. If you're in the Trinity College of Arts and Sciences, stay put for just a minute. We'll be here shortly. Thank you all. Alrighty, if you are in the Trinity College of Arts and Sciences, please feel free to hang out, sit around for the next, 25 minutes, but also please feel free to get up, stretch your legs, walk around. Again, if you have guests that weren't able to make it in that opening session, they are more than welcome to join you either here in Griffith Theater or in Reynolds Theater. Thank you all. So, you gonna be up here?
Yeah. I'm going to sit down too. Good morning. It's wonderful to see so many faces here this morning. My name is Dean Wood Crowley. I'm a dean for Trinity College. I'm joined by a colleague of mine, Dean Jesse Summers, and we're going to really briefly take you through the curriculum of what you'll be expected to do when you're here as a student at Duke, and then we have these wonderful students who will be able to answer questions from their perspective as well. So, as you know, because you applied, this is a research institution. So at an R1 institution, lots of our faculty are involved in breaking boundaries in all sorts of fields, not just science. But what is special about Duke as a research institution is that we involve undergraduates from the very beginning. So if you are looking to do any sort of research, be it in the humanities, social sciences, or the strict bench sciences, this is the place to be. We can get you into a lab as soon as your first year, and independent research projects are strongly encouraged. We're a residential university, so that means that you're going to live here for at least 3 years. That's a big part of how we build community here at Duke. For your first year, as you know, you'll be living on East Campus. All first-year students live over on East. You'll be assigned a dorm. If you're in the focus program, you'll live in the same dorm as all the folks in your focus program. Otherwise, it's a pretty random assignment to the dormitories. All of the dorms on campus, particularly on East Campus, we have a faculty in residence. So that means that there's going to be someone who teaches at this university living in your dorm with you. They have apartments that are in the dorm buildings. They have lots of programming that they do as your faculty in residence. So you'll have dinners together, you'll get to meet their families. It makes it feel more like home in a lot of important ways. And I can imagine as a parent, it would be nice to know that there is always a grown-up on the premises. And it does help keep things calm in the dorms, which we like. There's also something we call house courses that take place in the dorms. So this is a half-credit course that's taught by students with a faculty director, and those take place in the dorms. So there's a classroom in just about every dorm on campus, and you'll be, you can sign up for those, sign up to teach one, and it can be on lots and lots of different subjects. So we have lots of ways to get you involved outside of the classroom as well. I'm sure you guys have all heard about Duke Engage. That's one of our flagship programs that allows you to perform community engagement, community service here domestically and around the world. We also have Bass Connections, which is very unique to Duke, and one of those ways that we can get you involved in research right away. Bass Connections is a vertically aligned research project with a PI, the primary investigator being a member of the faculty, and then we have their postdocs, their graduate students, and undergraduates, all working on the same question with different levels of expertise. We have lots of students whose names have been put on publications out of their Bass Connection courses. It's a really exciting way to be breaking all of those barriers around what we know here at Duke. We have an entrepreneurship program that gets students thinking about the problems they're facing in the classroom in a real-world setting and how to make innovations, not just in technical advances, but business and social advances as well through the entrepreneurship program. Global education is also a key part of your time here at Duke. There's lots of summer programs, so students can study for 6 to 8 weeks in Oxford, in Berlin, in Venice, in lots of different places. And then there's also the traditional semester away study abroad program. And lots of students participate in that. You want to do areas of knowledge?
Sure. Yeah.
Here you go.
Thanks. I will say something. I have to stand over here because, unlike Dean Wood Crowley, I don't remember what's on the slides. I want to say one thing. So I direct house courses. That's part of my job, and Dean Wood Crowley mentioned that. So those are the ones that take place in the dorm. I know it's going to seem way too early to think about this, but I'm just going to say it, and maybe it will like rattle around in the back of your heads, and then it'll come out in the fall. If you have a topic that other people in your dorm and you want to work on, and you want to find a faculty member to do it in this kind of informal way, you want to make your own house course, come talk to me. We can do that. We want to have a really vibrant community of these courses in the dorms. So if you have something that you want to study, you don't have to know anything about it yet, but come and talk to me. We can do these things. We love having these little intimate academic programs that are happening in the common rooms of the dorms and so on. Okay, so the curriculum, you're probably going to forget most of what I say to you about this, and you'll have to look it up later, and that's fine. So I'm just going to tell you a couple of general things about the curriculum. You have heard and will continue to hear multiple times that we are a liberal arts institution. And what that means is, in part, we want you to study a lot of different things. We want you to be exposed to a lot of different things. So the way that we implement that is we require you to take courses in lots of different areas. So we divide it up in a couple of ways. So one is areas of knowledge. So these are different areas like the natural sciences, arts, literature and performance, civilization. So we have our way of sort of dividing up to make sure you're getting some sampling from each of different areas. You have to take a couple of courses in each of these. Also, we have what are called modes of inquiry. And this isn't a subject matter that you're studying, it's a way of studying a subject matter. So it can happen that you're taking a course in arts literature, that's in the arts, literature, and philosophy sort of area of knowledge, but the way that you're studying it is by engaging in some deep ethical inquiry, some real ethical debates about something, as an example. So these can line up in lots of different ways, but the modes of inquiry are ways that you approach a subject matter, not the subject matter itself. So we also want you to take a couple of each of these. Now the writing one you have to take right at the beginning. In your very first year, you'll be taking a writing course, and the rest of these you should take throughout your 4 years. This is a little bit of an overview of the undergraduate class of 2019, so a class that just graduated. There's a lot here. You can pick out whatever numbers are most interesting to you, but I will point to one thing that I think is a couple of things that are worth noticing here. The diversity of academic choices, sometimes people assume they need to take multiple majors and do as much as possible. That's not, you can do a couple of majors, but you'll see that the slight majority is a major and minor, or minors. What's important is that you're focused on something that you really enjoy, that you're passionate about. You'll get exposure to lots of other things, but don't assume, even if you hear things from other people, don't assume that everyone is having multiple majors and is doing the maximum amount possible. We really want you to do something that you love doing, and you'll get exposure to the other things as part of your liberal arts education. Also, you'll notice, so Dean Wood-Crowley mentioned right at the very beginning that this is a research university. We want you to have research experiences. 54% of undergrads engage with some form of research as undergrads. I think that's too low. I think you should get that number up. I think when you graduate and we give this presentation the following year, that number should be, maybe it doesn't have to be 100%, but it should be higher than that. There's so many research opportunities here, so many, not just in the natural sciences, all over. You can find research opportunities, and you should take advantage of those. So in the first year, one thing that I mentioned, you have to take a Writing 101 class. That is not a class, that's not a composition class, it is a class on a subject matter, but as part of the class, you will do a lot of writing and revision. But the person who's teaching the class will, in addition to having training as in writing instruction, pedagogy, they also have a PhD in the subject that they're teaching. So it's a combination of a subject and a writing class. You also have to take a seminar, a small course, and we have a number of first-year seminars that are just restricted to you. And then we have other seminars that are not just restricted to first-year students. So you have to take one of those. So in your first year, you have to take both of those. There's also the focus program. I think you were exposed to there was just an activities fair before this. So you might have seen the focus program there. And Dean Wood-Crowley mentioned it. So this is a program where if you apply and are accepted to one, then you'll take a couple of small seminars with other people who are in your program. You'll live together, and you'll do some activities together as well. Summer opportunities, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. Okay, so when I went to college, I went to school from like September to May, and then I went home and waited tables and looked after my smaller siblings. This is not how it works anymore. At Duke, just about everyone finds something to do over the summer that engages them academically, intellectually, socially, and a big part of what we do here at Duke is make sure that you find what it is that you want to do during those summer months. So we really see the full calendar year as part of your academic experience here. That doesn't mean that if you want to go home and wait tables and watch your younger siblings, you can't. You absolutely can. But if these things had been available to me, I probably would not have made that choice. There's, like I mentioned, there's lots of study abroad programs where you earn Duke credit. And sometimes the Duke professors are going with you to teach these classes just in a different city. Those are really popular and amazing ways to meet different students that you maybe haven't met at Duke yet and spend some time with them abroad. Duke Engage, as you well know, again, a service project anywhere in the world, some here domestically as well, also directed by a faculty member. There are internships that we can help you find. There are some that are Duke-sponsored and also some that are just out in the world. And we have a very amazing team at the Career Center that can help you identify what those internships are and how to get you placed into them. Again, research. There's lots of research programs here for your summer enjoyment. So we have things like Data Plus, BSurf. These are programs that are sponsored by departments here at Duke, so the math department, statistics, comp sci, biology. You apply to be part of these programs and then spend 8 to 10 weeks here on campus working on a problem that's been a question asked by a faculty member, and then working with a team of graduate students and undergraduates to solve this problem. Lots of cool things coming out of there. We have the Keenan Ethics Summer Institute. They also will fund research projects or community service projects for students. Oh yeah, we just have so many. So there's lots and lots to do over the summer, and you'll have a team of advisors to help you identify what it is that you want to do. So we have a very intense advising system here at Duke. Dean Summers and I have just thrown a lot of information at you. We don't expect you to remember any of it. We have paid professionals who remember this and can talk to you about it. So when you first get to Duke, the day that you say goodbye to your parents will also be the day that you meet your academic advisor. So this is a pre-major advisor. They could, you could be really interested in history, and this could be a biologist who's advising you. We're all trained on how to advise you for the first 2 years of your experience here at Duke. So helping you identify that Writing 101 course that's going to tickle your fancy, finding that seminar class, helping you figure out which math class you should be in. Do you want to take chemistry this semester or next semester? So that's what your pre-major advisor does. It's also just like a really nice grown-up here on campus that you can turn to when you have questions. We also have directors of academic engagement. Now this is a very Duke-specific group of people. So the DAEs, as we call them, specialize in different academic engagements. So we have like a DAE of the natural sciences, one of the quantitative sciences. We have a DAE for social engagement. So these people are typically PhDs here on campus who focus on helping students identify all of the opportunities that are available to them. And then through intensive advising sessions, narrowing down what it is that is going to help the student achieve their goals. The DAEs are a source of information not a single person in this room should not use, okay? They are an amazing group of people who can really help you figure out immediately what it is you want to do. So that first week you're here at Duke in August, find out how to get in touch with a DAE, and they're really going to help you identify a lot of things. You've got lots of faculty who are going to advise you, particularly if you're in the FOCUS program. I keep bringing it up. I teach in the FOCUS program. I think it's one of the most amazing things here at Duke. So look into FOCUS, and if you're interested, please do apply. Those instructors are going to be looking out for you for the rest of your time here at Duke. Catherine was in my FOCUS class last year, and we maintain a tight bond, even though she's not in any of my classes right now. You'll also have academic deans. So we are sort of the advisors that the advisors turn to, but also we are your friendly academic deans. We're not just here to put you on double secret probation. We are here to answer academic problems, to help you engage with faculty in a way that makes sense for all parties. So we're really here to help. And that is what our job is to do. That's sort of the end of the formal presentation. I guess y'all are going to take questions now, and we'll chime in when appropriate. Okay.
Thank you. Extra microphone, Let me see. Can you hear me okay? Yes, I'm on. Okay, great. Well, I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and we got about 20 to 25 minutes for that. So anything that you might have for the academic deans or the students here, if you could raise your hand, I'll repeat the question, and then we'll have an open forum here. So again, whatever's on your mind, I'd love to hear those questions right now. So any questions? Yes, right here. Yeah, so the question here is about maybe some program requirements for FOCUS, such as the deadline for the program.
Yeah, so those applications open January 30th, I think, and they close at the end of April. So you have a while to consider. The admittance to those programs is done on a rolling basis, so y'all have a leg up on everyone who's doing regular decision to Duke. You could get into your FOCUS program as soon as the second week of February.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, right here.
The pre-professional advisors, can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah.
With career after
That's great. So the question is about the pre-professional advisors and maybe how that goes into careers after Duke.
Have y'all used a pre-professional? No? No, okay. Do you want to take this one?
Sure. So there are different. So there's a pre-law advisor who has been doing it for 50 years. And is I think a pretty successful pre-law advisor. So pre-business advisor.
The pre-health.
Pre-health, right, of course. So pre-health has an entire office to help students, and they usually get connected with the pre-health advising office right away. Often students are there from the very beginning. And that office helps people set out what they're going to do over the 4 years and really helps them every step of the way to the extent that they want help. But that's an incredibly successful office, and I think in part because it's not something you check in on when you start out. It's something they work with you the entire time. I mean, even helping you with your letters and so on at the end. I mean, it's the entire thing. And then of course for grad school or for discipline-specific things, that usually happens within the person's major. If you want to go to grad school in biology, that's probably going to happen within your major. You'll find people to help you with that.
And I'm a pre-med student here, so I encounter a lot of pre-health advisors. And so as you were assigned to our dorm, there will be like specific pre-health advisor assigned with you. And they'll I don't know, they might reach out to you, or you can reach out to them freely to oh, can we set up an appointment? And so basically they'll help you with planning out courses, they'll tell you what extracurricular you need to do and when to apply and how to take the MCAT, et cetera, et cetera. And also like the pre-health advising like center is really helpful. You can like basically send emails to anyone, ask about like any questions you have, course concerns, or just like, oh, I want to talk to you, and they'll be like super friendly and willing to talk to you.
Other questions?
Mark, there's one.
Oh,
Middle.
in the middle, yes. Go for that. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Professional advisors be available to students in determining the schedules of the
Yeah, so the question is about if the pre-professional advisors are available when students build their class schedules.
Yes, the pre-health especially will. The directors of academic engagement will also be, they have like a rotating schedule to take phone calls and answer emails from y'all as you're about to fill out your fall schedule in July. So there will be people on hand to help you do that. And also just please note that whatever you do sign up for in July is not written in stone. These can be placeholders, and you can get to campus and switch it up as soon as you meet with that pre-major advisor. So it's a good starting point in July, just so we have a sense of how many seats we need in each class. But beyond that, nothing is written in stone until after the add drop period.
And I know I was about to call on a hand right here. Yes. Yeah, that's great. So it's about the house classes here on campus and an example of what that might be and what might be involved in such a class.
So,
No, you should absolutely. So you answer first.
I have not taken one. However, I have a friend who is currently teaching one, or I have several friends who are teaching one. One of them is on environmentalism and sustainability, and the other one is on personal finance. I also had a friend in my first year dorm who took a house course on paradoxes and like philosophy. It was really interesting for him. I didn't take it.
Amazing.
You can see tomorrow.
I don't want to follow that up. That was fantastic. Anything. I mean, they really range. There's one right now, let's see, problems with going to Mars, like practical sort of problems with going to Mars. There are, I mean, the ones you mentioned.
I'm directing one on women in politics,
Right.
Which has been pretty fun.
Yeah, they really just range. Blockchain was one. We had a couple of those. Can't remember if we have one this semester, but just from everywhere.
Oh, go ahead.
How long are the classes? They're a regular class, so it meets over the course of the semester. It's a half credit class, so it's half the time.
75 minutes a week, usually.
Other questions? Yes, right here. Yeah, questions. Can Trinity students take Pratt classes or vice versa?
Yes.
Yes, the more complicated answer. I mean, yes, scheduling can be more complicated, especially depending on how far along you are. Scheduling can be really complicated. If that's something you're interested in doing, then I think you should be pretty strategic about scheduling what classes you take to make sure that you can fit what you want to do. But yes, you can.
And your dean can help you with that.
I have a subtle plug for that as well. So I know someone who has started a house course on engineering fundamentals for non-Pratt students. It's been very successful. It's been going on for, I think, 2 semesters now, and that's something that's going to continue. So if you don't want to enter Pratt into like a more formal way, take formal classes, but still want like the experience of like laser cutting and other things with the collab, then I would recommend looking into that house course.
Other questions? Yes.
Can you expand more about service and how it's incorporated into
That's great. So it's about service learning and how these experiences are incorporated into your Duke experience.
So from my experience, I'm currently taking a visual media study course, which is also a service learning course. So basically, we're meeting at a certain time during the week and reflect on what we did this week and just talk about the projects we're working on. And outside of classroom, we'll be like set up to meet with like a local group from the community that we are willing to provide service for, and it's kind of like integrate into your project and what you're currently working on. Yeah.
There's a really fun and intro-level chemistry course that does service learning, and not a chemist or anything, but my children have really benefited from this because they'll do a full day at the Children's Museum here in Durham, and it's lots of different kinds of chemistry experiments that they do with kids that range from 5 to 10. So just as a member of the community, I know I've benefited from these service learning courses before. It's great.
Yes, all the way in the back.
So for focus, do you live specifically with people in your cluster or just generally with people in the focus program?
Yeah, so the question is about focus, the residential component. Are you living with people in your cluster, or are you living with students more broadly in the focus program?
So there are several focuses within each dorm, and there were, I think, 2 or 3 within Blackwell, which is where I lived. So everyone in your focus lives in that dorm. You might not necessarily room with someone who's in the focus program. I actually roomed with someone who's in a different focus program. So there.
That's great. And maybe anybody from this side. I also don't want to exclude anybody. Yeah, right here.
I just was wondering if you could comment on, either one of you have done anything with Duke Engage or study environment, especially in pre-med, were you able to do any type of overseas opportunities?
Yeah, so the question is about a Duke Engage or maybe even a study abroad program and how that goes with an academic track, maybe a pre-professional track.
So I did Duke Engage, but I did a domestic program. But I'm very familiar. I'm currently actually teaching a pre-departure program, which is going to be implemented for the students who are going to Duke Engage programs both domestically and abroad. So the application for the abroad programs tends to happen in the fall semester. So around November is, I think, when applications are due. I was not ready to make any decisions about my summer at that time, which is another reason why I did a domestic program, which is the applications due in the spring semester. In terms of other abroad experiences, I mean, I had friends who did like Duke In programs, a couple who did it at Oxford. I have several people who went to study abroad in their junior fall and their junior spring. That tends to be a popular time to do that. The Global Education Office is very accessible, and you can meet with advisors, and you can look to upperclassmen, I think, as well for like individual feedback or what program do you think would fit best, since they can really speak to the experience that they had with that program.
I haven't done Duke Engage, but as for pre-health, there are certain Duke Engage that are themed to be like health or like community building or like teaching. So those might fit in for pre-health interests. And for more opportunities, there would be like study abroad opportunities, and there will also be research opportunities abroad. And I believe some of them are listed under the pre-health advising office. So if you look it up, and I think they have a bunch of information there. And also, I think under biology department, there's also like research opportunities for summer and just, yeah, that sort of stuff that will be available to you.
And I saw another hand from over here. Yes? Yeah, so the question is, can you take graduate school classes with graduate school faculty?
So you can. The easily will depend on your preparation for that class. I mean, but it certainly happens, especially by your 3rd and 4th year, that if you're interested in classes that are at the 500 and 600 level, once you've declared a major, that is easy. You can just enroll in the classes. You should check with the professor if you're concerned that it might require more preparation than you have. For grad school, not the mixed undergrad and grad, but we have, then there are classes that are just for graduate students. That can be done. It is done regularly every semester. There are lots of students who do it. That one you would have to make sure you had the preparation for it, and you would need to talk to the professor. But yeah, it happens. Lots of students every semester do that.
I would put an asterisk next to the professional schools, however. They are less likely to have undergraduates in their classes. So law, business, and the medical school, unlikely to have an undergraduate student in the class, but that just kind of makes sense.
Okay, I saw a question way in the back row, yes. Yeah, so the question is if for students who might be interested in music and want to be part of a group or an organization, how do they find out about that? How do they get involved in that?
So there tends to be a lot of like recruitment on the Facebook pages. I don't know why, but that's just kind of how things have transitioned. So I actually remember seeing a lot of like Google forms and information about posting, particularly for marching band is one that I remember, but also for things for like the symphony orchestra and like the wind ensemble. Those auditions, along with private lessons, which if you are a musician, I recommend auditioning. Like it's a half credit and it's graded. So and it also keeps you like disciplined and not to like lose a passion of yours. So I started taking piano lessons my first semester and I've been taking them ever since. But in terms of ensemble, that is like audition based, and I think it's semester based as well because I saw very recently that they were looking for like trumpeters or something like that. So if you don't join in the fall, there's opportunities to start in the spring semester, but just keep your eyes open, and there should be information set out on the Facebook page, and you can also like contact us peer advisors who have friends in those groups, and we can connect you that way.
There's also an activities fair during orientation week where all of these student activities, it's in this great big huge room over by the gym, and there's a table for each of the activities you may be interested in. You don't have to have this all worked out before you get here, right? So you can work it out that first week or the second semester. There's lots of time to learn about what's available, and there's just too much available for you to know what you want to do yet.
And I know there was another question, whoever started talking. Yeah. That's great. So from the student perspective, what you maybe like about the Focus program, and then maybe some possible downsides to a Focus involvement.
If you're going to say negative things about Dean Crowley.
Oh, I would never. I would never. Nothing but positives for me. It's a really, I had a great experience, both like living in a space where I got to like see people in my classes, but also the classes themselves. They are 2 seminar classes, so that means anywhere from like 8 to 15 people. Very small, you get to know everyone in the class, and you also get to know your professors very well. Like Dean Wood Crowley and I are still tight today. So building that relationship between like professor and student, also like in a small seminar environment, is very important. It was very formative in my first semester. Downsides, I would say in terms of community, some communities were a little bit more stilted than others. I heard there were some problems in other Focus programs about people just not feeling as connected, and that might have been the living together piece. Maybe they just ran in different circles or didn't hang out in the common room that much. So it really depends, and it's something you can't anticipate. There will be ups and downs for every experience. Mine just happened to be a positive one.
Did you participate? Do you want to say why? Oh, yeah, that might be helpful.
Why I didn't participate in Focus? I think I saw it like at the very last minute, or Duke, I think the Focus program sent out a lot of emails, but I wasn't just really aware. I was like, oh, what is this? And there was I think I was I really actually think about it was in April, and then I was a really pre-health focused student back then, so I was like, probably not. I'm just gonna take organic chemistry and biology and get those courses out of the way. So that's kind of what I was thinking back then. But I had really great friends who were in Focus, and they really enjoyed the experience. And some might take totally different courses from their intended major. Like you might be comp sci, but then you decided to take a history focus. That would be really beneficial. It would kind of give you like another perspective about the world and stuff. So, yeah.
So basically, check your email and stay informed because you don't want to miss out on an opportunity. I'm not saying that you will miss out like intensely. Like, you know, if you don't participate, that's fine. Like, there's only like 25% of people who participate. 75% of people don't participate in Focus, and they're still enjoying their Duke experience. So, I mean, just check your email.
Yes, please check your email.
Other questions here? Yes. That's a great question. So it's about when students are transitioning into Duke or coming to Duke and having their 4 years at Duke, health and wellness on campus, what services and what support is available.
So I am part of Peer for You, which is like a student group that is kind of like if you have any questions or you kind of have like concerns in life that you can come talk with us. So we basically worked closely with Student Wellness Center, and so for Student Wellness Center, they'll have like a lot of courses that offer during the semester. They have like yoga courses, they have like meditation, and there are like a lot of like student like fitness training, like those sort of stuff that's happening. And also there's the CAPS. So they would be professions who are good at like advising or like good at like helping release mental stress, or if you have like any personal concerns, you can like schedule with them and just talk to them on a regular basis. And yeah, and there's a lot of like moments of mindfulness, like those events happening. So if you would want to go there, it's always open to you, and yeah, you can basically speak to anyone there. Yeah.
Don't think you're gonna miss out on the freshman plague. It will hit you. I didn't think it was gonna hit me. It hit me in spring. So I was late, and it ended up being a lot worse. But I went to the Student Wellness Center for that. If you're talking about like physical health, or are you talking general well-being? So that was like, right. Well, the physical component is very important because managing 24 hours a day, it's way harder than it seems. And so a lot of students, myself included, didn't get a lot of sleep first year. So like she said, there are a lot of resources psychologically, physically, to help keep you healthy. But I don't know too much more about that.
Yeah, I mean, we have an entire wellness center dedicated to this. So you mentioned CAPS, that's the certified psychiatrists and social workers that are available to all students. If things take a turn and you want help in the community, the people at CAPS can help you find a therapist in the community. We also have Duke Reach, which is an entire office full of social workers who work with the housing group on campus to help keep tabs on everybody. So there's a whole network of people at Duke to make sure that if you're not feeling well, we can help you feel better, or at least know that someone cares and is looking after you.
And we usually, part of what academic deans do is we are notified if people are not going to class, so we can check on them. And often they're sick, it's freshman plague. But sometimes it's not, and sometimes it's something that we need to spend a little bit more time looking into. And so we can do that, and we usually, because we find out when people aren't going to class, it's a way of responding pretty quickly to make sure that it's not anything serious. And if it is, to help.
And I believe there'll be like more information sent out during orientation week. There'll be like tons of like talks and like stuff and like tours wellness center. So like definitely.
So I think we have time for 2 questions, and I saw there was a student hand right here. Yes.
So you guys talked about studies abroad. How does a Duke Moonshot work with that? And as a Duke student, are you allowed to still apply for Duke Moonshot? And how does that work as far as will it be for a semester? Will it be for a couple weeks?
Yeah, so the question is about with Duke Kunshan University and as a current student here at Duke, what your access might be, your study abroad or study away programs, and would you need to apply to something like that?
Well, this is the third year I've done this, and I am now first time stumped by a question. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if that counts as a study abroad or if there's some other structure there. I don't know.
Yeah, I suspect it's like a Duke in program.
Yeah.
Like we have Duke in Oxford, and those courses transfer back as Duke credit. So the Duke and Kunshan thing is so new. We're still like working out how that's gonna go down. The Kunshan students are coming to campus this summer, so they have the opportunity to spend a summer and then a semester here. I don't know how it goes moving the other way, but we will have an answer for you when you arrive in the fall.
And then the final question here, yes?
Do you have a specific number of courses you recommend students take per semester?
Yeah, so the question is about the expected course load that students would have in their semesters here at Duke.
You don't have to take 6 classes.
No.
No.
You really don't.
No.
In fact, please
You
don't.
shouldn't take 6 classes.
I mean, right now I'm enrolled in, okay, I really shouldn't be
6
saying.
credits, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Your first year, I think you're allowed to go up to 5 in the fall.
Well, 4.5
4.5.
with special exceptions.
There's
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't hear that. And then in the spring, I guess in the spring you're allowed to take a little bit more. I think you're like going up to 5. It's really about balance. I mean, do you want all of your time being spent taking classes, or do you want to explore research opportunities, service learning in the community? It's about balancing your time. You have limited time. And I think deciding on how many classes you take is very important, especially if you're intending to like double major or something like that. But 4 classes is fine. In fact, like that's what most of my friends are doing right now as sophomores. So 4.
Yeah, so I overloaded last semester. I took 5 courses, but I think my main rationale for that is I really want to explore what I am really interested in. So for that reason, I was able to take computer science courses, biology courses, neuroscience courses, as long as like other classes that are interesting, but I'm not really decided if I want to like focus on studying them. So yeah, I feel like it's definitely harder, and you get the less chance to engage in other opportunities, for example, like clubs or like research and stuff. So it's like, as Catherine said, it's definitely like about balancing, and it really depends on who you are. I mean, if you really want to intellectually challenge yourself, it can be a way to go. But if you're just kind of worried about, oh, can I get my major done, or like I want to be like ahead of everyone, I feel like those concerns are like it shouldn't really be the reason to like take more classes. So if that answers.
So we are at time. I know there are many other questions, but the good news is that the peer advisors, the academic deans, they're not going away. And these are the faces behind some of them. So you're going to have the opportunity to ask more questions at further dates. But I know that we're moving on to the next program, and Cole has an announcement here. If you want to hang tight real quick, I just want to make sure we can get the announcement by Cole.
All righty, everyone. Before we head out, thank you. Just a couple quick notes. Students, this is now the time you have to say goodbye to your parents. It's for only 3 hours. I know. I think you'll be okay. But students, both here live in Griffith Theater and upstairs watching this in Reynolds, you need to go ahead and head to the bus stop so you can get to Marketplace, go on your tour. Parents, the optional insurance session. We'll wait. Reynolds Theater. If you're watching this live, you are in Reynolds Theater.
Yeah, you're.
Sorry, this is like.
So you're going to have to pass them around amongst the panel, and
Okay.
whoever's leading,
That's
you wanna
me.
lock?
Yes, yeah. Okay, we're gonna give them to you to sort of pass. Testing. Oh. Hi, everyone. Can y'all hear me okay? How's it going? Amazing. Before we get started, let's give another round of applause for the Duke Pep Band for coming and performing for y'all today. Woo. Some of those students you're going to get to know really well over the next 4 years. We are so excited to welcome you to campus as the class of 2024. You're sitting in a room with about a third of your peers. So once you're on campus, look around, because these are the faces and the names and the stories that you're going to know all 4 years. My name's Alana Wiseman, and I'm a senior admissions officer here at Duke. I'm also an alumna. I graduated in 2017, and I'm always really excited to get to see some of the people whose applications I read. I'm the admissions officer for Long Island and Westchester, so come say hi. And before we get started, I'm going to ask our panelists up here to introduce themselves. Tell us what your name is, what their names are, where they're from, and what they're majoring in here on campus.
Okay, hi, I'm Kristen. I'm a freshman, and I'm majoring in computer science.
Hi, all. My name is Ramya. I'm a sophomore from West Bloomfield, Michigan, and I'm double majoring in evolutionary anthropology and global health on the pre-med track.
I'm Andrew, majoring in public policy with a minor in finance, and I'm a first year.
I'm Rebecca. I'm from Potomac Falls, Virginia, and I am an English major with minors in political science, psychology, and music.
Hey y'all, my name's Devin Wainwright and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina right now, hopefully. I'll be double majoring in chemistry and biology with a Science and Society certificate. Thank y'all.
Yeah, my name's Andrew. I'm a senior majoring in biology and computer science, and I hope to go to medical school.
Hi, I'm Lisa, also a senior, majoring in biology and evolutionary anthropology, not hoping to go to medical school.
Hi, I'm Joanne. I'm a senior from Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm studying biomedical engineering and electrical and computer engineering. So.
Quite a reaction there. So we know that all of you in this room and your parents who are watching the live stream of this probably have a lot of questions about what's coming next. What's it like once you're actually on campus? You're going to get a lot more information from us over the next several months. And first, I'm going to read a quick message from our new student programs office. Your virtual Blue Book will be made available to you in May and will include specific deadlines and resources to make your transition and time at Duke as smooth as possible. It will outline everything you need to do during the summer and before you get to campus. So all you need to do now is finish strong and get excited for the next 4 years. And these kids up here are going to help you do that. So I'm going to ask them some questions, and then we'll open up to all of you. So to get started, they all just came back from being over on East Campus for lunch at the marketplace, taking tours of dorms. What was your experience on East Campus like? Maybe like living in the dorms or with your random roommate?
Hey guys, so I'm a first year, yeah. So I live in Trinity House right now, and it's absolutely amazing. So it's it's the most recent dorm. It's the nicest one. It's the nicest dorm, and we have like a great community where other students come and hang out. We have like a TV downstairs where we watch like watch parties. We're going to do a Michigan State. We did a Michigan State one and a Carolina one in the future. And it's just a great opportunity to meet your other peers and stuff. There's last semester was grind time for chemistry, grind time. So we were in the common room working really hard for that.
As someone that does not live in Trinity, East Campus is a fantastic place. It's this arena where everyone that's a first year can meet each other and mingle. All first years live together, they eat together, then go to Brody together, and it's just a great opportunity to catalyze that first year experience that Duke offers, and it's an incredible place.
Is there anything that was particularly surprising to you during your first year on campus?
Okay. So something that was surprising was that you'll find the first week at Marketplace, so you guys have already seen what it looks like, you can literally sit anywhere, and you can sit down with other students, and there's no sense of like you can't be at like a table, or if you see people, like you'll meet so many different people your first week that you can literally sit wherever you want. Nobody can be mean if they don't know anybody, so that's the most exciting part.
And another really great thing about East Campus, kind of going off Marketplace and eating, is the proximity between 9th Street, which is right next to East Campus, especially on the outer edge if you live near Trinity. There's some great food options, including Waffle House, my personal favorite. Love Waffle House. Great waffles late at night. Cosmic Cantina. There's Burger Bach, whatever it's called. Who knows? But it's a really great opportunity to get away from Duke and connect with the Durham community right there when you're on East Campus because it borders 9th Street and downtown Durham.
Have any of you spent a lot of time in downtown Durham? Can you talk about some of your favorite things to do in Durham?
I was in a focus cluster in my freshman year, Knowledge in the Service of Society, and so we went out into downtown Durham a lot. I really love Brightleaf Square. The 21C Hotel has a beautiful art gallery in it, kind of similar to Natchez, except I think a little bit more contemporary. Those are a couple of my favorite options, and there's also a lot of, I learned over the summer, storage places in Durham for when you just store stuff over the summer before you come back to school.
One of my favorite things about downtown Durham is all of the different food options. It's absolutely incredible if you get the chance to go to downtown Durham and just eat with your friends and go out there. And there's also a lot of opportunities if any of you are interested in community service in Durham. I do a lot of community service, so there are multiple really great organizations out there that you can work with. So that's also another option worth exploring.
Yeah, and for me, I love to hike and be outdoors, so the Eno River State Quarry has been a great opportunity to go when it's warm out. You can go swim and hike, and it's a nice place to get away from Duke for a little bit.
Let's talk about academics on campus, what y'all are looking forward to and coming here for. What was your favorite experiences with your classmates or a professor over the past couple of years or past year?
So I was in a focus class last semester, which is like a freshman program that allows you to be in like small classes with people who are interested in a specific topic. For me, I did the neuroscience one, and those classes were always super interesting because there were only like 18 people in our classes, and we got to know each other really well. And we got to go on a trip to Miami, which was really fun. And it's just a really great community because you get to know people on a deeper level and your professors too, so yeah.
I would say getting to know your professors is probably one of the coolest things. I think it's something that's really special and unique about Duke. I'm from California, so we have that huge UC. Yeah, I see you in the back. Yeah. We have that huge UC system. Yes, I love all. If you want to talk about coming across the country, I will be in the lobby afterwards and we can chat. But the big UC systems, a lot of my friends who go there, they often say like, oh, I never have really met a professor. I usually meet with TAs or things like that, but that's not the way it is here. And even more so, professors really want to meet with you. I took Arabic for 3 semesters as my language requirement here, and I had like the same Arabic professor all the way through. He'd always invite us to his house, like to have dinner with his wife for like holidays, like those of us who couldn't go home on Thanksgiving. He would invite us all over to his house. He'd bring us food into class. Like he'd always be trying to like get us to come to events like outside of the classroom, and we really got to know him really well. And it was really special, and the best part was that's not like a unique situation. A lot of professors on this campus really want to take the time to get to know you, your passions and your interests inside and outside of the classroom.
Speaking of outside the classroom, what does a normal weekend day look like for you? What clubs are you in? How do you spend your time?
So I'm in an a cappella group on campus, so my weekend is shaped a lot by that. We do a lot of performance on weekends, and then on my weekends I also volunteer every Saturday morning, and then I go to Marketplace Brunch, which, shameless plug, Marketplace Brunch is maybe the best meal that you can eat on campus, in my opinion. So that, I would say, is about my Saturday.
My Sunday mornings are usually filled with some sort of meetings of the other, because that's when all clubs want to put meetings on Sundays. So I usually have, there's a Penny Pilgrim George Women's Leadership Initiative on campus. So I usually have a meeting for that in the morning to help the Durham Crisis Response Center. And then I usually go to a organic chemistry tutoring session, and then a DSG meeting, and then usually filming for like tour guides.
I would say for a typical weekend for me, I would wake up, and Marketplace brunch is absolutely amazing, lots of fun. You know, you can literally go in your pajamas. That's the fun thing about college. It's like acceptable now. So I head over there in my pajamas, and we come back and do like homework for a little bit. Nothing really gets done. And then by the time the afternoon comes, we're just normally watching TV and hanging out. Like, really fun part about college is like when you live with your best friends, that's the most awesome time you can have here. So.
And really going off that, here at Duke, your Mondays and Fridays usually packed with classes and homework, so really take the weekend to find yourself and do things that you enjoy. I love to go to Brody and play basketball. I'm 5'8", you probably can tell how that goes. I also spend a lot of my Saturdays and Sundays now in K-ville, tinting for Carolina. It's an awesome experience. But yeah, just DSG meetings and other clubs and activities, but really take your weekends to find yourself and do things that you enjoy, rest, and relax.
Yeah, what's tenting like? And explain tenting.
I'm living in a tent right now. I just came from a tent. Last night we got the night off because it was a really, really rough night for us and the line monitors were kind. But so tenting is this thing that happens every year for the Duke UNC game. To get tickets to go to the game, you kind of have to like prove that you're into it. And to prove that, you have to live in a tent for an extended period of time. And essentially, if you're doing the longest tenting season, which is what I'm doing, you move in on pretty much the first day of school for second semester, and you move into a tent with 11 other people, and you have to have like a certain number of people there at night and some during the day. It's a whole like logistical thing, but it's super duper fun, and you get really, really close to everybody in your tent. I will like go to K-ville now just to like hang out at night, even when I don't, like not scheduled to be there during those hours, and it is the most fun thing. I wasn't friends with everyone in my tent when I started, but now there's some of my like best friends at Duke, and it's awesome.
Yeah, we can start opening to questions.
No, okay, yes, so, yo.
Can everyone hear you?
Yeah. I agree, that would be, it's not like, okay, so it's not like a new, like, I don't know what's an example of this. It's not like a new iPhone release where people are like lined up in front. It's not like Black Friday at Best Buy. Like, you're not like in a line. You get like assigned a tent number, essentially. So there are these people, the line monitors, that if you don't become a line monitor, you will hate them. They're the people that are kind of like running K-ville. And so you get assigned a number when you register for your tent. And then you're that number in line. And your tent is just anywhere out in like K-ville. If you guys get a chance, I don't know how packed your day is, you can go over to K-ville. A bunch of tents are set up there today. There's always people hanging out. You can talk to people if you'd like. I'm sure they'd love to tell you all about it. But you get assigned this number, and then you have to make checks. So the line monitors will come out with a bullhorn, run that siren around K-ville, and then you come up to the front and check in. And if you miss 2 checks, then you're kicked out of line, essentially.
It's not a physical line.
Yeah, not a physical line. Your tents are just kind of all out there, but it's like this number queue line type thing. Yeah.
And if anyone's still confused about tenting, I know it's a super confusing topic, and I thought it was the most insane thing when I came to Duke. The line monitors always hold like an information session in the fall for any freshmen or anyone else who wants a tent, so I would definitely check that out.
Yeah, and if you're not into living in a tent for 8 weeks, that's fine too. There are watch parties all over campus, and you can still be just as invested in school spirit. I spent like 1 night in a tent, and it was the coldest night of my life, and I would never do it again. And that's fine and great. So, anyone else have any questions? Yeah, speak up. What's the club sport commitment like? Can someone talk a little about club sports at Duke?
Yeah, so I stopped playing club baseball last year, but I played my first 2 years, and it's similar like to a level to probably like a varsity like high school sport with less practice. So for us, we would practice twice a week, and then have games not every weekend, but we'd have like a tournament maybe every other week. So it's very doable to fit into your class schedule, and different teams have different levels of commitment. So you just there's a big activities fair, and all the teams will be out there, and you kind of gauge what you're interested in.
In the
I would actually love to answer this question. So that question has an answer that has an asterisk. So if you can manage your time well and not run your mouth for like 6 hours before you start your homework, aka me, you'll have a great, decent like sleep schedule. There's a lot of free time in college. Just you have this sense of like, I have this whole day, and then you're trying to schedule out your time differently, and like you may feel like you don't have the time to do stuff, but you really do though. But I would say that I do generally get about 6 to 8 hours of sleep a night. Like once you start managing your time better.
They're a very vivacious group. Y'all are so energetic. We love it. Yeah, go ahead. Let's rein it in. We have another answer.
Yeah, I feel like it definitely varies. I have friends who like do get 6 to 8 hours of sleep, but for me, I probably get like 4 or 5 every night. I'm just like, because I feel like for different classes and different majors, you have different amounts of work. Like some of my friends, they have like 2 assignments a week and they go to bed at like 9 and they get up every morning and they're like, hey, how are you? And I'm like, don't talk to me. Like I had like 8 different coding assignments and essays and it's not fun. But if you manage your time, like he said, well, then you should be able to get like a livable amount of sleep. And college isn't like high school in that like you don't have consecutive classes, so you can always take naps in between your classes, which I do. Even if you don't get to go back to your dorm, like sometimes I'm just like out here and like Brian, just like, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep. What's the best napping spot on campus? Rapid fire.
My room.
Any like couch in the like Woo?
Either 4th floor Perkins or the div school.
Yeah, just go as high up as you can in Perkins or any library. It's super quiet.
Yeah, I'd say 4th floor Perkins.
Yeah, I go in like top floor of Woo. There's no one up there.
It's the Woo is what we used to call the West Union is now the Broadhead Center. So it's where you're going to be eating a lot as an upperclassman, like Italy style. Lots of food. Other questions from all of you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Could everyone hear that? The question's about the neuroscience focus cluster. And if you could talk a little bit more about focus, too.
Yeah, so Focus is a program for freshmen that allows you to have smaller class sizes with people who are interested in the same things as you. Like there's a neuroscience one, there's like a bio one, there's a lot of different ones. And for me, I took the 2 neuroscience focus classes that were more a mix of neuroscience and law. So they have 2 tracks. They have like a neuroscience and law one and a neuroscience and language one. I think they're both super interesting. The professors are really amazing. They're definitely very discussion based, so it definitely helps you learn how to have critical discussions with your peers. And like I said, we got to go on a trip to Miami, which was super fun. And we're actually getting together again and going on another trip to Miami this semester. And you'll make lots of lasting friendships, whether you're in Focus or not, because a lot of the freshman seminars are also really small. It's like less than 20 people, and it's just a really great way to get to know other freshmen.
I was in the genetics and genomics focus cluster when I was a freshman, and I took epigenetics and synthetic genomics, so that's another option. One interesting thing about Focus is that you actually live with your focus cluster, so you get to know everyone in your class super, super well. I actually loved Focus, even though I didn't have to take it, and I didn't have to take a seminar because I'm an engineer. But it was like one of my favorite opportunities to get to know my professors. I'm really, really close to one of them right now. I like get flunch her like literally every semester. So super cool opportunity, yeah.
For those of you who don't know what flunch is when Duke will pay for you to take your professors or any professor on campus out to lunch. You can do it twice a semester. You can also grunch now with graduate and professional students on campus. The name is less fun, but same thing. Other questions? Yeah, gray sweatshirts.
Yeah, so I did P Wild, which basically is you live in woods for 10 days. It was really exciting. Basically, we stayed in Durham for 2 nights to learn how not to die in the woods, and then we went to the Pisgah National Forest up in North Carolina for 10 days. No technology, no clocks, no times. We knew nothing. It was a great time just to get away. We had 7 first-year students in each crew, which is a great opportunity to get to know people before you come to Durham and before O Week or Orientation Week even starts, and really just make these bonds. And I really recommend P Wild. It's an amazing program.
I did Project Arts my freshman year, so that entailed sleeping on the floor of Gilbert Adams, which is one of the freshman dorms. We all got together in a room, and we all slept on the floor of GA for like 7 days. And we also put on a showcase at the end of the week, so we were divided into separate clusters. So I was in the theater cluster, but there's a bunch of other ones. And you just get really close to all of the people that you're spending all your time with. I mean, you're all in sleeping bags, like in super close quarters. So obviously, like, there's that bonding element. And I would highly recommend any pre-orientation program. I know the communities surrounding them are still really still strong. I'm a second semester sophomore, and I still hang out with my Project Arts friends all the time. And I mean, that sense of community, I think, is present with almost every pre-orientation program on campus.
And then a little bit of a different perspective. So I didn't do a pre-O, and I still had a great first year, made a lot of friends in my dorm. And, you know, talking about that community, some of my best friends are some of the people that, like, lived on my hall first year. So it's definitely not, like, a necessity, but I do know a lot of people do have great experiences.
Yeah. Can everyone hear that? Questions about scheduling or tips when you're registering for classes? And for all of you, that's going to be over the summer. You're going to be able to book bag and choose classes, and I'll let them talk about what that means.
So my general piece of advice is, like, know what kind of person you are. Don't lie to yourself. You're not going to go to that 8:30, you know? So unless, like, it's the mandatory class, in which case I highly encourage you guys to actually attend your classes. Like, there's a reason they're held, you know? But, like, seriously, like, know what kind of person you are. Like, if you have an option and you know you're not going to get up for that 8:30, like, don't waste your money, you know? So some classes, like, run later, and if you're, like, into that, like, that's my advice. I would also advise you to schedule time for lunch. I did not do that my first 2 years. Don't do that.
Another piece of advice, so I managed to schedule, so a typical student takes about 4 to 4.5 credits per semester. I somehow made myself take 6 credits this semester. No. I know, it's very sad. But like she said, know what type of person you are, know how much you can handle. So far, like, I'm surviving as of now, but also know that, like, my best advice is to make your schedule seem very similar throughout the week. So right now I have to check my phone every single day to figure out what class am I going to, when is it. But, like, last semester I had classes, like, every single day at 10:05, and then another class at 11:45, and then 1 hour of break, and then lab. So having, like, that consistent schedule, at least for me, I really enjoyed. So try to see, if you like consistency, try to make all your classes seem at the same time.
I will say, it's okay. Like, when you're gonna go make your schedules, first, drop ad is a thing that people use. I didn't realize that. Like, when you make your schedule and you come to campus, if you go to a class on the first day and you think you're gonna absolutely hate it, drop it and add something different. It's like a big thing that upper class, it's still drop ad for us, and right now I have, like, done my registration, and I have dropped 3 of the classes that I registered for originally and registered for other ones because I saw the syllabus and I said, I don't want to do this. So that's one thing. Like, understand that you're going to register and your class schedule is not going to be set in stone. You can always find other classes. And then I'll also say, though, don't let, like, your fear of, like, people are going to tell you all these horror stories about classes. People are going to tell you which classes are so hard, what professors are so hard. And I'll say the worst thing that happens is you can't do it. And they say that because it's not actually that big of a deal. My first year, my freshman fall, I had to withdraw from a math class that I was in because I thought I could do it, but evidently my cruddy high school, like, lack of calc experience did not prepare me for it. And I am going to graduate on time. I'm going to be fine. I'm still, like, the major that I intended to be, and I'm going to be a successful little adult person. So whatever it is you do in your first year, don't put that pressure on yourself to be perfect. And if you need to, like, take that step back, please do it, because I promise it's going to be okay in the long run.
And I want to add that you guys may come to Duke hard set on I'm going to major in this, the likely chance that you actually end up majoring in that is not very high. So take your fall semester and enroll in courses that sound interesting to you. Like right now I'm taking a class called Learning to Fail. It's a great class. It doesn't help my major at all, but at the end of the day, I want to take the class because I'm interested in it. At Duke, we have this thing called book bagging. When you're enrolling in classes, you just add classes that you think are interesting or can fit in your schedule to your book bag. Then you can build virtual schedules and end up seeing what you like. And definitely during add drop period, go to classes, and it's okay to drop them if they're too hard, and it's okay to add a class if you think it's interesting. End of the day, if you do drop a class, it's not indicative on what you think, so just make sure you find classes that sound interesting to you, especially during your first year, and explore all the academic possibilities we have at Duke.
We have one more question from all of you. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, so last semester I had an on-campus job. I worked at the library. It was definitely manageable with all of my classes and homework and stuff. It depends on how many hours you choose to take on. Different employers will ask you how much time you can commit. So I would recommend like filling out your classes first, seeing how much schoolwork you have, and then seeing how much time you can really commit to that job. And then this semester I'm working in a psych lab, so that's going to be a bigger time commitment. So you have to plan around that when you're choosing your classes and seeing how much coursework you have.
I've worked for ARAC before. ARAC is a program that lets you go off campus and teach at local elementary schools. So that's a really, really cool program. Just again, like make sure you have enough time in your schedule to commit to teaching. I'm also a teaching assistant currently. I've taught for multiple classes. And again, like a lot of that is just like how you schedule classes into your time and just like make sure you have the time for the commitment. Like when you're a teaching assistant, you help out professors, you run labs, like there's a lot of things that you can do. So those are all examples of like on-campus jobs. I guess ARAC's off-campus, but teaching, I don't know.
Yeah, I have 2 work-study jobs on campus. So I work for the athletics department in the ticket office, and then I also am a paid science writer on campus. And I mean, they take as much or little time as I kind of give them. Like for my ticket office job, it's a Google Calendar. Like I can just sign up for when I'm free during the week. I can come in, I fill out my hour log, and I get paid. And it's that easy. So there's a lot of flexibility with jobs on campus, and there's also a lot of different positions on campus. So don't feel like if you get a work-study job that you have to keep it if it doesn't work with your schedule. Like there are 10 million others that are so easy to get that you can make work.
I also wanted to add, although not a personal experience, my friend Grace actually is working with the athletic department for club sports to help be like a scorekeeper, and they also have other positions for like the person like runs around, like referee, like that kind of thing. And she was talking about how flexible that job was. Like they have training, and then you just sign up for what you want to do, and you just get paid for what you sign up to do. And there's like also like they said, many other opportunities for you to just do what you're interested in here.
So you probably have a lot more questions. Some of these folks are going to be able to hang around up front here and through the Bryan Center, and you're welcome to come ask them. You can reach out to them via Facebook. Some of them are in the GroupMe. We are all happy to answer your questions and so excited that you're going to be here on campus. I do have one last question for you, for anyone who wants to answer. Picture yourself when you were 16 or 17 or 18, and I know some of you still are, but you are recently admitted to Duke, and what would you tell yourself? What advice would you want to give to an incoming first-year student?
Let's go down the line.
You can go down the line. Yeah, go ahead. Rapid fire.
I guess just be open and be willing to talk to new people. Everyone's always super friendly, especially during O Week. You can really make tons of friends and just talk to everyone.
I would say Duke has a lot of opportunities, which is something I realized during my Blue Devil Days experience. And my best advice is it's okay if you don't do them all. It can seem really overwhelming to feel like you have all these opportunities, you're not taking advantage of all of them, but you honestly just can't do them all, so be okay with that.
As small as this sounds, the one thing I really wish I did during O Week is in my dorm, just keep my door open, invite people to come in and meet me and mingle. I think that really helps build friendships, especially in your dorm and on your hall.
On that same vein, don't be afraid to sit across from that random person at Marketplace. You make some really great friends that way.
My thing would say you belong here as a student and also as an individual. You really do. regardless of how you feel and like what your situation is. Like, I started doing stuff like this because I wanted someone to be there to say like, you are a student that should be at Duke.
Lovely. They're very energetic. They're a very energetic bunch.
Well, I don't know how to follow that up, but for me, I would just say, like, have fun and do your best. I think I took myself a little too, and took everything a little too seriously. You know, I wanted to go to medical school, and I'm like, if I, you know, don't do everything right this first year, it's not going to work out. But that's just not true at all. Just experiment, have fun, and just learn along the way.
Don't idiot clap for him. That was a fine answer. Didn't need a clap. I would say be really open to being super uncool. Like, you come here and just be your true, authentic self. If you do that, you're actually going to meet people that when you're leaving as a senior, like we are, that are going to still be in your life. If you try to be someone you're not, which I see a lot of people did in their first year, you're just not going to make those connections. So just don't be afraid to actually be, like, you're a dork. You go to Duke. Like, don't be afraid to be that person.
You guys better clap for me. No, I'm kidding. But seriously, I think one thing that I would advise you to do is to pursue your passions. If there's anything that you're interested in at Duke, there is a way for you to accomplish that. So don't be afraid. And seriously, like, if you're interested in something weird, tell someone. They might be interested as well, and like, you might be able to, you know, do something with it. So, yeah.
Again. Y'all are in for a fantastic 4 years, and then you're going to be a part of the Duke community for the rest of your life. Welcome to 2024. We are so excited to have you on campus. Thank you, parents, for schlepping down here. Thanks to all of you for being here. Cole's going to close out with some last messages. And again, we're all going to be scattered around. You can ask some more questions.
Thank you again to our student panel. Let's give them one more round of applause. Did y'all have fun today? Did you enjoy the day? Yeah? One more time. I wanted the parents to hear it upstairs. Did you enjoy today? Awesome. That makes me feel good. I'm glad to hear that. Speaking of parents, they're watching live right now, so I have one request from everyone. On the count of 3, I want you to tell your parents thank you, right? For everything they've done to support you to get to this point, and everything they'll do to support you, getting you out of the house in the next 6 months to come to Duke in August, all right? So 1, 2, 3. You can hear us upstairs. And for the parents, just a quick note. If you are interested in joining the parent Facebook page, Penny Fleming will be available at the check-in desk to talk to you there. That's just for parents, not for students, just so you know. Couple quick notes before we turn it over to the pep band, all right? Optional events. This is the end of the official programming for the Early Decision Blue Devil Day. But if you're interested in going to the MLK service in the chapel or the ROTC event, open house over on East Duke, on East Campus, please check them out afterwards. They're wonderful things to see. If you brought luggage, be sure to pick your luggage up no later than 3:05 p.m. today. In case you're wondering, it's 2:49 right now. That gives you 16 minutes to pick it up. We'll push it to 3:10, all right? That gives you 21 minutes to pick it up. So please pick your luggage up. We want to make sure that you get what you need to go home. And lastly, just one more time, you're going to hear this a lot over the next several months, but welcome to the class of 2024. You all are fantastic. You deserve to be here. Thank you all so much for making it out today, and turn over to the pep band.